奉美美与共。这里是福地怀化，一个怀景、怀乡、怀味的地方。你看见了什么？是雪凤巍峨，中国著名的地理界山挥毫写意，绘就苍翠如盖；是远水汤汤，奔腾的母亲河，浮光跃金，共舞水天一色。间波浩渺，瀑流泉声，飞山小雾，西晃晴云，丝蒙烟雨，万佛丹霞。40景致，交替变换。来怀化吧，共览山雄水秀的神奇画卷。你听见了什么？是屈子行吟，叩问苍穹；是天籁长歌，回荡人间。山高水长里，深藏着古城、古镇、古村的清越和鸣。马蹄声声，穿越千年丝路；算盘轻摇，演绎商贾传奇。二友藏书，明月对诗，阳明讲学，书声、钟声、心声，生生不息。你听，中央红军的万万火急电令，通道转兵，转出中国革命的新天地。你听，中华民族浴火重生的呐喊，只将受降，见证抗日战争的伟大胜利。你听，广袤大地，农民朋友的笑声飞扬。袁隆平院士在这里演绎一粒种子改变世界的现代传奇。无数轻快的、厚重的、奔放的、热血的声音，在历史的烟云里汇成同一乐章。来怀化吧，共领家国情怀的人文交响。你品到了什么？是纸浆鸭的酥脆细嫩，絮土鹅的鲜香松软，腊肉腌鱼的酸爽醇和，还有橙柚杨梅的清甘。晶莹果片将青涩酿成蜜糖，动景巧花把岁月编成诗行，龙腾挪韵，与万物拥抱悲喜。百味纷呈里，是人间烟火，亦是漫漫乡愁。来怀化吧，共醉摇曳多姿的民俗风情。你感受到了什么？是速度，高铁飞驰联动世界脉搏；产业发展催生万象更新。是高度，创新发展厚植五溪沃土；城市向上，引领开放包容。是广度，国际陆港连通山川大海，港产城旅再次扬帆远航。是温度，田野诗班唱响诗与远方，懂你之城与你真诚奔赴。山与水的相遇，古与今的对话，心与心的交融。来怀化吧，共赴星辰大海。当眼睛收藏了星河与丹霞，当耳朵记住了号字与歌谣，当舌尖封存了酸辣与甘甜，当心头萦绕着茶韵与稻香，你会忽然懂得， 怀化不是远方，而是新的原乡。
我是易烊千玺，欢迎五湖四海的朋友们走进我的家乡怀化。
我们总在找寻打破隔阂的方式，用奔跑，用拥抱，用专注的样子，直到绿色台面摊开向和平宪章，细长的杆挑起无数颗心的向往。
5、4、3、2、1，中式八球国际大师赛。有请运动员入场。And now let's welcome the players. 首先，让我们请出黄金战神加雷斯·波茨。接下来，让我们请出缅甸球王杨少杰。女士们、先生们，拜布迪巴伦比赛即将开始，让我们拭目以待。接下来介绍本场比赛裁判团队：主裁判张梦蝶，助理裁判李雅帆、玉玲。对决现在开始。
你好，杨小姐。你好，加雷斯波茨。请双方选手争夺开局选择权。听我口令，预备。3、2、1，开始。加雷斯波茨获得开局选择权。 赛开始，第一局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Day 9, Stage 3, here at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour, Zhijiang Station in China.
4延时。
On the TV table, Gareth Potts against Myint Kyaw, round 8 of the losers bracket. Just 4 players left now in this tournament. That's these two. And if you saw the match last night of the winners bracket final, Zhao Ruliang against Zheng Kongpeng, Ruliang was able to win that one, although he was up. And what a comeback was made from Kongpeng. But in the end, Ruliang was just able to get that one. And he's into the grand finals, won that match 19-16. Definitely, I think he was, from what we've seen so far, he is breaking the best in the tournament. In that match, 10 break-in runs, 2 rack-in runs for Zhao Ruliang. Just 4 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs for Kongpeng, but that doesn't tell the full story. If you were watching that match, it was a real nail-biter right to the very end. So, loser of this match is out of the tournament. Winner of this match plays Zheng Kongpeng in the losers bracket final tonight at 6 p.m. And the winner of that will play Zhao Ruliang in the grand final tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time in China. Yeah, this is a real heavyweight matchup of the 2 best international players in Heyball in the world. At the moment, nobody comes close to these 2 players. Yeah, especially Myint Kyaw at the moment, from Myanmar. He lives in China now, has done for the last 5 years or so. 3rd place at the Masters Grand Finals 2025. That's this year. Consistent top 8, top 16 finisher at the Joy events. 3rd at the Tianjin Superstation. 6th last year at the Masters Grand Masters Finals 2024. "31 years of age," is Myint Kyaw. I'm quite surprised that they don't put his Chinese name up. He has a Chinese name. I think because so many people, especially since this is an international broadcast, we all know him by phone. His Chinese name is Yang Xiaojie. And I think sooner or later we are going to start using his Chinese name in these events. And so far, if this frame is anything to tell by, Kyaw is in good form. Looks to be capitalizing upon Gareth Potts' dry break in this first frame. Yeah, first frame, first rack and run, first point, Kyaw. Second frame underway now. Kyaw to break. Currently leading 1-0. This is a winner's break. Race to 9 in the loser's bracket, round 8. And if this is your first time joining us, I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tilak from South Africa. It's my absolute pleasure to be here and bringing you guys this live stream. Yeah, I see Phone doesn't use the soft break. Smashes right into them as hard as he possibly can. Because from previous tournaments, from what I've seen, especially when it comes to this stage, there's nothing wrong with his finishing abilities and potting. It comes down to the break. And his break has let him down so many times. And at this stage, especially last 4, all these players can pretty much finish a table from anywhere. And just to let your opponent to the table, you straight away giving up the advantage that you had. And that's why at this stage, dry breaks can be that costly. This tournament is being played on the Joy Q8 steel block table, recognizable by the golden leg design that it has. Also, we are playing on Win 8848. It's the highest grade Heyball cloth at the moment in the world, and also Win's flagship cloth for this game. These conditions are used worldwide in most of the international tournaments and all the WPA Joy tournaments around the world. Now, yesterday morning we had losers bracket round 7. We had Gareth Potts against Zhao Jianbo on the TV table, and we had Kyaw and Tangshan Shao on TV2. Now, I know we had quite a few viewers who were tuning into both matches, and I was updating the scores on both matches. Myint was 14-8 up on Tangshan Shao. She came back and won 8 frames in a row to make it 16-14 on the hill. And I have no idea what went on in that match, and she wasn't able to close it out. Myint winning that 17-16, and that's a mistake from Kyaw, but the only saving grace in that is that the same stripe that he played, that's Myint's brother, if you're wondering. Yeah, the only saving grace in that is that the 11's gone in front of the 4 for Gareth. Yeah, so tough match for Myint Kyaw yesterday morning against Tang Shunshao. And that was a huge win for him. If any of you have him on Facebook or saw the ending of that match, his celebration says it all. Now currently at the table, Gareth Potts from the UK. Before playing Heyball, 4-time World English 8-ball champion, was invited to the first Joy Masters Grand Finals, won the tournament.
10秒。
Up to this day, the only international player to ever win a Joy Masters Grand Finals, and he's won it 3 times. That remains a record that it's very difficult for me to see that being broken. So when it's come to this game and putting in the time, one of the hardest workers on the international circuit is Gareth Potts.
5、4。
Yeah, that's a good pot. If he's landed on the 14, which I think he might just have it, he'd be able to throw this in with a touch aside. You are going up the nap. Yeah, to pot this at dead weight, that's an excellent pot from that distance. And the difference between these two international players, or these two great Heyball international players, is that Myint lives in country. He lives here, plays with the best players week in, week out. So you can imagine if you don't live here, you have to put in twice the amount of work to stay at this level. Now he wasn't able to miss the 4 on his way out to the cue ball. As you can see, he's going to have to play the black ball off the 3. I don't think he can get it close enough to the bottom right corner.
5、4、3、2。
No, he went for it direct and almost there. What an attempt, overcut actually, which means it was definitely potable, and he's tied up Gareth 3 to the 7. So every time Gareth coming to the table, there are a couple of problems. Now yesterday evening on the TV table, we did see Zhao Ruliang go 9-2 up against Sheng Kongpeng. And we thought, well, we all thought, this match might be over quickly. And slowly but surely, Kongpeng came back and made the score 12-all from 9-2 down, and then took the lead 16-12. Very difficult to call any kind of winner, especially in the early parts of a match like this, especially these long races, race to 19. I think the best option for Potts is to play the 7 and stick the cue ball right behind the 3. Yeah, just like that, but the 7 needs to hold up. Touching ball on the 3, which means it definitely limits his path coming off the 3 to get to the black ball. This is not easy, especially with the 7 being where it is. I'm thinking 2 cushions. No, he's going 3. This is 3. 1, 2, 3. He touched the 3. Yeah, it was a foul before that, as the cue ball did touch the 3 on its way. It's a good attempt though. Ball in hand now for Gareth anywhere on the table, but that has helped him phone brushing the 5. You've got to be careful when you're moving the cue ball with the cue. You are allowed to move it with the cue and the ferrule, but not the tip. The tip must not touch the cue ball. As soon as the tip touches the cue ball, that counts as a stroke. And just like that, that one good shot in the 7, leaving Myint in that position, has opened up this entire game for Gareth. No room for error now, as the black ball sitting outside bottom right corner pocket on our screen. Watch the cue ball swing to the left. And this is what he's known for. Precision play. It's Gareth Potts. Yeah, has the cue ball on an absolute string at the moment, does Gareth. Very nicely taken to capitalize on that positional error from Myint Kyaw, as Gareth Potts takes his first frame, score 1-all in this race to 19. Two frames played, score 1-all. Winners break format. Gareth Potts to break in this race to 19. Losers bracket round 8. Last 4 players standing now. Gareth Potts, Myint, Zheng Kongpeng and Zhao Ruliang. Zhao Ruliang, the only player to not lose in stage 3 thus far, and he is in the grand finals already. The grand finals is 1 life, so it's double elimination all the way up to the final. Winner of this match plays Zheng Kongpeng at 6 p.m. tonight local time. And that will be for a spot in the grand finals against Zhao Ruliang. That will be a race to 23 in the grand final.
5、4、3，延时。
So you see Gareth making a ball on the break, stays at the table. So Gareth, being a seeded player, came into the tournament in stage 2. I think at that point in time we have 64 players or 96 players left. Cruised through stage 2 into stage 3, where top 16 international against the top 16 Chinese players. Live draw before each round. So in the first match, he went up against Paul Clack from Australia, winning that 13-6. Then up against Sun Yan. Sun Yan, second place at the Baotou Superstation recently, lost to Chu Bingjie in the final. Potts won that 13-7. Also defeated Kong Beijing 15-13 on the TV table. Went on to lose against Zhao Ruliang on TV2, 17-13. And that was an in-form Zhao Ruliang, as you saw last night on the TV table. So his first match in the losers bracket was yesterday morning, winning that against Zhao Jianbo, winner of the Division 1 tour at the same tournament just 9 days ago. And he won that 17-16 thrilling decider match on TV1. Solved one problem and might have caused another. The one heading over to the 12 ball.
10秒。5、4、3。
Yeah, tactical move from Gareth. Now, as soon as you pot another ball, you lose the tactical advantage, or your opponent gains the advantage, especially having more balls on the table. And as you can see, Phone with 7 solids, Gareth with 3 stripes. So at the moment it's still okay, 7 playing 3, but as soon as it goes 7-2, 7-1, so many more places for Phone to put the cue ball and leave it safe. So not only has he got the 12 off the right side cushion, he's also managed to put the cue ball in a tough place for Phone. Both players now using the extensions in this frame. Now Phone trying to do the exact same thing, break up his problem balls and not leave Gareth with a good shot. Players have 45 seconds per shot and one extension of 30 seconds per frame. We will have a player intermission every 8 frames. The players get a break. So 8, 16, 24, 32. That is such a clean pot from Gareth. Very clean. Didn't even touch the sides going in. So Phone was not able to leave the cue ball safe enough. And this is the result. As Gareth Potts takes his second point, as he leads 2-1. Myint Kyaw up against an in-form Gareth Potts at the moment.
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
第4局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So Gareth Potts breaking in this fourth frame, and it looks to be a dry break which will bring Myint to the table. He's currently 2-1 down, as we saw in the previous frame. Gareth is definitely cueing well and lining up well on those pots. That pot to the top corner. Now, does he have the 5? He's decided to attack his problem ball straight away. I can see the cue ball is not touching the 10, but it's very close. Yeah, you could just get through to the 5. That worked out for Phone in the end. Now take the 4 to the center, 6 to the top left corner. Then he can make his way down to this end of the table. Not the greatest of shots from Myint. He didn't want to leave the cue ball in a situation where he was hampered by the 15 and 11 like that.
延时
Yeah, these are 9-foot tables, so where the cue ball is, you can see how far he has to stretch over the table. And he's had to cue through 15 and 11, but great recovery from Phone. Also, I would class him as one of the best shot makers in the game, getting out of situations or creating opportunities at the table. And also when he finds a rhythm, can be very, very clinical, very precise. And so far, very well taken from Myint Kyaw. And this is off Gareth Potts' dry break, so this will be another rack and run for Myint Kyaw. Currently 2-all in this race to 19. Yang Shaojie to break. That's Myint's Chinese name. Currently 2-all, 2 rack and runs for Myint Kyaw. Yeah, watch the power in this. But nothing in. Wide open table as Gareth Potts comes to the table, and if this is going to be the pattern, this is going to be a very, very evenly matched game. I think we'll see quite a tight scoreline coming through this match. Gareth lining up solids. Solids definitely better, especially 13 blocked by the 3. I don't think the 12 goes in. So at the moment, it's just the 2 that's in balk. That's the only ball that's not in the pattern at the bottom of the table on our screen. Yeah, I'd call that ball the outlier, as you have to move the cue ball into the top half of the table just for that ball, and then from that ball you have to find your way back down, which means you have to have an angle like this. You have to make sure you have an angle like this, and you have to have an angle on the ball at the top, which he does have. Now that's specifically played for. If you just play that and you leave the cue ball straight on the 2, yes, I mean you can smash that in with a lot of cue power and try and get the white somewhere, but chances are you're not going to be leaving yourself good on anything. Like this, with a touch of inside, the cue ball's naturally heading towards the 1. And that's also lovely to see when a player uses the natural path of the cue ball and the natural angles that it does have to maneuver the cue ball up and down the table and around. So often when we play, or when you watch some players playing, they're always fighting against the cue ball. I think the most simple and most effective way to play this game is to just be natural as you can with the cue ball. And from what we've seen, no matter how good your potting ability is on this table, because it can be so draining, especially a race to 19. You can't be playing recovery shots for 19 in a race to 19 for 19 frames or 37 frames. Have to be able to have the cue ball on a string. And in saying that, it's a bit of a tough shot now because of the 7 and its location. That's why he's jacked up on the cue ball. That's a good shot. Being jacked up like that, high bridge, makes that pot so much more difficult than it is already. Now in this scenario, he has to work the cue ball, has to come up with something to stay on the black ball. As you can see, the angle is taking the cue ball down towards the bottom left, so it looks like he's screwing off the 12 and cushion to come out. Wants to glance the 12 on his way out. Look at that. Now, by no means is this easy. This is a tester. It's not the pot that's the main issue, it's the cue ball. And I think he's used his extension already. Referee's called 10 seconds. So he has to play this now. The pot's there, the cue ball is safe. Very well taken from Gareth Potts. His first rack and run on the board. So after that rack and run. And 5th frame, Gareth Potts leading 3 frames to 2 over phone Myint Kyaw. They had to make 2 recovery shots at the end, but very well taken. So far, no break and runs yet. He's made the 9 in the center. Cue ball's been kicked twice, but stays on the table. Yeah, now the 2-5 at the top of the table. I don't think the 2 pots from where it is, so in that case, would not be going solids, especially since the 11 to the center could, you could play the 11 to the center to nudge the 12 as well. So there are connectors on stripes. Yeah, he decided to take the 11 first. Hasn't worked out that well on the 12. Yeah, he's got the double kiss on the 12, and that's the reason the cue ball is where it is at the moment. So now the question is, has Gareth left phone with a clearance? Yeah, he'll be able to tell whether the 2-5 goes. If it doesn't, he'll have to get into it, or he'll have to play some sort of safety shot to not leave Gareth with a good opportunity if he comes back to the table. And the fact that he's taking these pots on and he's planning a route tells me that the 2 does pot. And as you can see, he is definitely planning a pathway around the table. The question is, when does he go up table? Because depending on how you land on the 2, you're not guaranteed to land on the 5 afterwards. quite surprised, unless another shot that he could play if he has a problem with the 2 and the 5. He could play the 5 if the cue ball is right behind it and park the cue ball behind the 2. But with the way he's played this, I think that's exactly where he wants the cue ball. Yeah, from this angle it doesn't look like it goes. But we have seen that this can be slightly deceiving. Looks like the 5 is covering too much of the potting angle of the 2. Yeah, but he's winding up for this. And that's also why he's left the 4 at the bottom of the table as a recovery. So if he's not on the 5, he still has a recovery ball. Has 2 options. He could take the 4, the 4 does go. Could take the 4, swing around 2 cushions, come into the angle of the 5. However, he's taking the second option. He's banking the 5 ball. Should be on the 4 to the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, what a pot that is. What a pot that is. And I think at the moment, he is one of the best bankers in the game. Him and Kang Peng. I've really seen some great bank shots from them under pressure, especially. As this is, I mean, you miss the 5 ball. Look at where he's leaving the cue ball. Almost a certain clearance for Gareth. And at the moment, Phoneman Kyaw also has this cue ball on a string. This black ball for another rack and run for him. First visit clearance off Gareth Potts' break. And his third point to tie up the match at 3 apiece. So currently, after 6 frames played, 3-all in this race to 19, round 8 of the losers bracket. 3 rack and runs for Phoneman, 1 rack and run for Gareth. Now he's changed his break as well. He's opted to use the softer break. We've seen that he has both. Can play the softer controlled break. And I've just noticed that he uses a different cue for that break. The cue that he just used is a wooden shaft, and the cue for the power break is the carbon shaft. Now carbon is known to give a lot more power, much easier as well. So carbon shaft, slightly less feeling. So if you are a feel player, might find it difficult to adjust to a carbon shaft, but a lot more power. For the game of Heyball, there aren't many companies making specific carbon shafts for this game. I think one of the best carbon shafts in the game at the moment, used by the likes of Ali Pordell, Jason Taron, is the Kyaw 10.5 carbon shaft, I believe. And the results speak for themselves with both those players. I think Shivam Arora is also using that. So at the moment, 4 players left. You could call this the losers bracket semi-final. The winner of this has to play Zheng Kongpeng tonight in the losers bracket final, and winner of that plays Zhao Ruliang in the grand final tomorrow at 4 p.m.
10秒。
That just caught the inside jaw. And that's an error from Gareth Potts. And that will bring Foneman Kyaw to the table. Now he wasn't able to capitalize off that dry break. Secured stripes. Nice indirect kick on the 13 at the bottom of the table. Now, first thing that Phone has to do is take the 6 off the table. That's really his only problem ball, as it only pots to one pocket, same pocket that the blue 2 goes in. Just 3 solids left on the table for Phone now. I don't think he expected to be at the table after that dry break. It was a very open break. Those soft breaks usually are, as you find not many balls along the side cushions, most of them congregated in the middle of the table. Now that miss from Potts is the first, I would say one of the first errors we've actually seen in this match between these two. So far so evenly matched, as Foneman Kyaw takes the lead 4 frames to 3 in this race to 19.
第8局，杨少杰开球。
Now currently 4-3 up in this race to 19 for Kyaw to break. And he's put a lot of power, and you can see he's using the carbon fiber cue. So if they show a picture of his chair, you'll see that there's 3 full-length cues. He's playing cue, which is an Omen 2-piece center join cue. It has a similar to a 9-ball butt and an ash snooker shaft. That's his playing cue, which is in his hand at the moment, and he has 2 break cues. Wooden break cue and a carbon break cue. I've had some questions on how do you participate in a tournament like this if you do play Heyball. First thing I'd say is contact the Joy staff directly. If you message the World Heyball Tour Facebook page, the Joy staff are always there to help. Tell them where you're from, and they will be able to help you register for the tournament. Registration is free. Accommodation is paid for as well. Transfers from the airport to the hotel and from the hotel to the venue. It's all taken care of by the Joy staff. So all you have to do is get yourself here. Breakfast included as well. And even if you aren't one of the best players, for the experience, because after coming to a tournament like this, especially one of the station events, I mean, we all know the Grand Final Masters is the biggest one. It comes once a year. It's a huge tournament, usually about 1,000 participants, and we usually have about 800 or so international players. But even these station events spread throughout the year. There are 2 tournaments, the Division 1 Tour, which is the first one, won by Zhao earlier, 9 days ago. Now that tournament is an open draw tournament, which means Chinese mainland players and international players, open draw. Which means you can pretty much draw the best Chinese players in the world in your first round. But think about the experience that comes with that. And then after that tournament concludes, we have the Super Tour, which is this. So international players play separately, Chinese players play separately, until we get to the last 32, where it's the top 16 international against the top 16 Chinese mainland players.
5、4、3。
And not this time on the crossbang for Myint. So all of these Joy station events that you would see, like this is the Zhijiang station. 2 months ago we had the Baotou station. All these events are played in China. Totally separate from the Joy tournaments that you see, for example, happening in Australia at the moment. That's the Oceania Open. Now those tournaments are WPA Joy events, different to the station events. The station events are all held in China with the Grandmasters finals. And as I said, entry is free. Contact the Joy staff, secure your spot. You just have to find your way here, so you take care of your own flights and Joy takes care of the rest. And you are going to be playing on the best equipment in the world. And this equipment is also available to anyone around the world. So once you come here and you play on the Joy Q8 and the Lieberwind 8848 cloth, when you do go back home, if your country doesn't have this equipment, you can contact Joy, and this equipment is available to buy from Joy. So you can be playing on tournament conditions, what the champions used to practice. I feel that's the only way to get your game up to the standard. Yeah, so that's the station events in China, and you would see them being posted on Facebook, called the station events. Now we also have the Joy Billiards Uniting the World continental events. Now that's like the Oceania Open on at the moment in Sydney. You'd see that being streamed currently on our Facebook and YouTube page. Now those events are different. You have to be WPA registered, and you have to contact the person in your country in charge of Heyball. If there isn't, then contact WPA directly. And there is an entry fee to those tournaments as well. Those are for WPA ranking points. So for tournaments that come about around the world, like the Heyball World Championship, Champion of Champions, those tournaments go on WPA ranking points. So if you want to be eligible to play more international tournaments around the world, very important to attend those continental championships. So Oceania's on at the moment. We have Pan American coming up, I think Mexico, Peru. We have African Open in Egypt, Asia Open in Jordan. So if you're not already, follow the Joy Heyball World Tour Facebook page, and yeah, everything is posted there. You can scroll through. It's a very active Facebook page, so a lot of posts daily. So scroll through and you find exactly what you want. And if you do want to purchase this equipment as well for your country or for yourself, contact the Joy staff or contact Doris Cheng. We also have a Joy Heyball tables page.
I
think he's going to want to pot the stripe. Yeah, he has done. Yeah, found himself in a slight situation that Gareth was not able to break up that bunch. So now, does the 9 go? Oh, look at that. I think it does. I think it might just go, but absolutely no room for error. None at all.
10秒，也没有延时了。5、4、3、2。
It's not there. But not bad. And actually, the way he's played that, I don't think he's played for the pot. With also referee counting down from 5, he didn't have an extension left. Gareth with the advantage at the moment, having more balls on the table than Phone. Now Phone needs to put the cue ball right behind the 9. Has to make a legal shot, of course, so either cue ball or object ball has to touch cushion before, well, after contact. Like that, but yeah, and I think Gareth just wants him to keep nudging the 9, which will push the 4 out into the open. And at some point in time, Gareth could play the 4 if he has it, and leave the cue ball in the balk area on the wrong side of the 9, so not leave the 9 potable. So Phone's looking at coming in and out of balk. Referee calls 10 seconds. Yeah, it should make contact. Does. And now the 4 is potable. Yeah, and I think that's what Gareth's looking at. He's looking at where he's going to leave the cue ball. If the cue ball's in balk anywhere on the left-hand side of the table on our screen, 9's not potable. So decided not to take the 4 off. He's just biding his time. He's waiting for a mistake. And we are already at 7 frames played. So after this frame, we will have a player break at 8 frames played. Now, does Myint go in 5-3 up? Or will Gareth be able to tie things up at 4-all?
10秒。5、4、3。
And the 4 looks like it's in. Oh no, this has made things very interesting. That works out in Phone's favor, actually. 1-1 now on the table. You do have to make contact with the cushion after contact with the object ball. Either the object ball or the cue ball has to make contact with the cushion after contact. That looks in. Yeah, and he played it in such a way so he'd land with a shot on the black ball, but he'd also leave the cue ball in a position where Phone doesn't really have a shot. So now this black ball for 4-all for Gareth Potts. Yeah, excellent from Gareth Potts. He ties it up at 4-all as we go into the 8-frame break.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖， 奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台米领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯楚酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民，把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范。助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的千金民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼。楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。唯楚酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温情浪漫的红酒文化之中。唯楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄。同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间人声鼎沸，好评如潮。唯楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。唯楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、礼的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。唯楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人赵卫国，新京报走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So just before the break, Gareth Potts taking his 4th frame to equalize at 4-all. This is a race to 19. He's made a ball on the break. Also has quite a high percentage of potting a ball on the break, does Gareth Potts throughout the tournament. Missed a similar ball to that earlier, which cost him. This time made sure of the pot. So solids in play for Gareth at the table. Currently not much separating these players. Just 3 rack and runs for Myint and 1 rack and run for Gareth. It's the only thing in it. Scoreline's even. A long way to go in this race to 19. Round 8 in the losers bracket.
10秒。5。
Winner of this match will face Zhang Kongpeng later today at 6 p.m. local time. And winner of that will face Zhao Ruliang tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the grand final of the Zhijiang Station Super Tour.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, referee's called 10 seconds and he's taken his extension. Now the 2 does go to the bottom left corner on our screen. I don't think you can get the potting angle from the cue ball being on the left side and potting in the right, so that's why he's going to play on the 3 now. To the center, so he can get the cue ball onto the bottom right side of the table to play the 2 across. Now looking at the angle that he has for the 3 to the center, he might have to play this with a bit of inside to check the cue ball off the rail. Angle looks quite steep from here. Oh, better, much better. That is much better. Yeah, the angle was really steep, so there was no way of holding the cue ball from there. Worked out very well going into the 10. And this will be first break and run for the match. And in this winner's break format, not only can you pull quite a lead, also gives players a chance to catch up. So Gareth Potts with the first break and run of the match. He leads 5 frames to 4 over Myint Kyaw. Frames played, scores 5-4 to Gareth Potts' first break and run so far of this match. Sevens into the center. Not a bad cue ball either. So far on the TV table, I think the most consecutive break and runs we've seen from Gareth is 2. Wouldn't be a bad time to build on that. So at the first break of 8 frames for all, we'll see what the score is at the second and third, and how the match changes in between these player breaks of 8 frames. So although it's a race to 19, best of 37 frames, you can say we have these little mini sessions of 8 frames apiece. As you can see, the 1 ball is between the 9 and 11. Does go down to the bottom left corner pocket on our screen. 2 ball also available into both corner pockets. Just needs to run through for the 2 into the opposite corner. As you can see, he left himself almost straight on the 1 to this bottom left. And another break and run for Gareth Potts. As he takes his 6th point, 2 consecutive break and runs for Gareth Potts now as he leads 6 frames to 4 over Phone Myint. He's found another gear at the moment as Gareth.
第11局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So now the score 6-4 after 10 frames played. Gareth Potts on 2 consecutive break and runs now.
10秒。
And this time ball not made on the break. So Phone Myint Kyaw, who's been sat in the chair for 2 frames, coming back to the table.
10秒，延时。
Open table, he's taken his extension.
,10秒。
Referee calling 10 seconds, so now no extension, he has to play. Yeah, that's what he was looking at. He was looking at landing on the 10. Yeah, there we see the 10 ball very close to the 4 ball. He's playing it, so it must go. Players get 1 extension per frame, so he's used his touch aside on the cue ball to just free the cue ball from the 4.
10秒。
9 does look like it goes past the 11 to the bottom right corner. Black ball currently available into the center, right center on our screen. And after the 11 is taken, it should go into this bottom right as well. And with the green moved, 6 green. Available into all the bottom 4 pockets except for the left center where the 1 is. And if you look at where he points his cue, where he wants the cue ball, The cue ball coming very close, if not on that spot of where he actually points the cue. Oh, look at this. That is an error, but he didn't hit that cleanly. We'd see a replay. I think he caught that a little bit fine. It went in off the outside jaw. And that's why the cue ball has come that far. Yeah, this might be a costly mistake now for Myint. Gareth Potts currently 2 ahead, 6-4 up.
5、4、3，犯规。
Foul. So ball in hand anywhere on the table for Gareth, and they're all open. 7 solids left on the table. It's all there. It's a huge frame in the sense that if Phone was to make that frame, he'd be breaking next. Winners break format, huge advantage to be breaking in the next frame. That's what you need to be able to catch up. So if he wins this, he makes it 6-5, he breaks in the next frame, opportunity for him, it's all square once again. But now, possibility of being 3 behind Gareth, with Gareth Potts breaking in the next frame as well. Yeah, these were all open and Gareth taking them really nicely. So try break from Gareth Potts in this frame. Myint to the table, not able to make the most of it. 1 positional error. And it's cost him the frame as Gareth Potts takes his 7th point, leads 7 frames to 4 over Myint Kyaw.
第12局，加雷斯波茨开球。
The score is now 7-4 to Gareth Potts. And cue ball almost in. But nothing else. Try break once again. The problem with the cue ball going that close to the center, it's actually stopping a ball that might be going into the center pocket. So for the first time, we have a player leading by now more than 2 frames. 3-frame gap between these two now.
10秒。
And so far, after the player break at 8 frames, it's been Gareth Potts all the way. 2 quick consecutive break-in runs to pull away to 6-4. Mistake from Myint in the previous frame. Gareth was able to get that on the board as well.
延时。
And a little bit of work to do in this frame, I see.
10秒。
Using the 12, we'll need to push the 15.
5、4、3。
A 13 could go to the bottom left, but also has the 15 to contend with. That's on the right side of the table on our screen, just under the 12 ball, outside the center pocket. Now he can't afford any errors at the moment. He can't afford to go 8-4 down and for Gareth to keep the break.
10秒。5、4、3。
A little nudge into the 15 has brought it about halfway down that right side cushion. And these can be tricky, shooting into a blind pocket.
10秒。
Our referee calls 10 seconds,
4、
and she's
3、
counting down from 5. Yeah, those are tricky. And things at the moment are not going the way for Myint Kyaw as he caught the inside jaw, never going in, especially at that pace. Once you catch that inside jaw, on those shots you're better off aiming slightly for the outside jaw for the pocket to accept it at that pace.
10秒。5、4、3。
So once again, similar to the previous frame, mistake from Myint Kyaw brings Gareth to the table. And once again, everything open. Chance for him to put another point on the board, keep the break, and keep things moving forward for himself in this match. In previous tournaments, I've seen Myint Kyaw make, I think it was 7 consecutive break-in runs. It wasn't on the main TV table, wasn't on an outside table, but he did. So he also very capable. He might need it. There's a good chance he's going to be 4 frames down. And if Gareth does find his break, he's also capable of putting a few together. Yeah, I tell you what, from what I've seen from Gareth, he's really hungry. He's here to win this tournament. He's not here to just compete or to just play in it. And from day one, from his first match here, he's been absolutely on it. You can see when a player is very focused and very goal-orientated. And so far, 2 mistakes from Phone, and he's been punished in the previous frame, and it looks like he's going to be punished again. As Gareth Potts takes his 8 point, he's 8-4 up against Myint Kyaw. And at the moment, Phone being punished for his mistakes by Gareth.
是官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。 顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真。
第13局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Yeah, so the grandstand for people to watch is actually behind the cameras, so that's why we're not seeing them. And there are quite a few people here, supporters of these players, but also in China, most of these people are watching this match online. And when this is streamed online in China, there's millions of viewers. Not a couple of thousands, millions. And a lot of these people really enjoy watching this game. We've seen it in the taxis here. The taxi drivers will have some matches on, live matches on. And this time, at the moment, Gareth Potts 8-4 up, Potts on the break. And if you've noticed, that ball he just played now, he doesn't smash it in. He times the ball in, and he makes that look much easier than it actually is to play that shot with timing rather than to just smash it in. But that's
10秒.
That's his style, and he's one of the best in the world
5, 4,
at timing the ball in the way he does. Can he still get to the 4? So after the break, Gareth winning the first 4 frames out of the next 4, well, the 8 in the mini session. So the worst case scenario, we are going, well, the worst case scenario for Gareth, we go into the next break at 8 all. For that to happen, he has to lose 4 frames in a row, which I don't see likely at the moment. It goes, yeah, as you saw, touch aside on that to get it in.
10秒，5、4、3。
He's made sure he's top side of the 5. So cue ball will be coming down to this end of the table on our screen. He's had a look at the 3. I don't think the 3 goes past the 9. Well, this camera angle can be a bit deceiving if we get an angle behind the pocket, and we definitely know. Yeah, it definitely doesn't go.
10秒。
He's used his extension already, so when the referee calls 10 seconds, he has to play quite quickly, and it looks like he has a slight angle on the 1 to get into the 3. Now the problem isn't getting into the 3, it's landing on the 3 and having a chance to pot it. So just a touch on the 3 will push the 9 to the cushion. Yeah, that's the problem. A phone with 6 stripes left on the table, so if Gareth's not able to make this clearance, phone has numerical advantage, more balls on the table, more places to put the cue ball, more room for error.
10秒。
This is close. This is very close. He's overcut it. It does help that he's left it in the pocket, which means that phone has to be careful now. Even if he wants to leave the cue ball, snook it behind one of his stripes, it has to be tight. Jump shots are allowed in Heyball.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, it was almost straight on that. That's not an easy shot to come off the 2 rails so close to the jaws. He's not perfect yet. This is going to require something from Phone to make this clearance. But usually in situations like this, back against the wall, his potting ability, his creativity at the table, it landed almost straight on the 14 to the bottom left corner pocket on our screen. Would have wanted a slight angle so you could just nudge the 12 over the center. He's also used his extension, so both players, no extensions left in this frame. I think this is going to come down to the 12 now. 12 being the key ball in this clearance. Very clean from Myint. Yeah, didn't touch sides going into that pocket, and if you've played this game, to pot a ball like that the way he did, it's a very tough shot. He's playing the bank. Yes, he is. So he's left the 12 as a bank, and I did say it's going to come down to the 12. 3 seconds left. It's in. Yeah, that's a huge shot in this frame. And he watched it going all the way in to Myint, and he's landed nicely on the 11 as well. And so far, in this clearance from Myint, nothing's been easy. He's had to work this entire clearance in recovery after recovery, and even now, black ball to the bottom left corner pocket. The referee's going to call 10 seconds soon. There we go, 10 seconds, no extension left. 5, 4. He's got it. What a clearance that was from Myint Kyaw to take his 5th point. Recovery after recovery.
我得给你保证这3颗没有缝。中间如果有缝的话，我给你那个。第14局。
Yeah, what a clearance that was from Foneman. That's exactly what he needed. What a time to make it, being 4 down, now just 3 down. Gareth Potts leading 8-5 in this race to 19. He's got the carbon cue out, so this is going to be very powerful. He's made the 10. Yeah, with the power break, you're relying on the speed of the balls running around the table. 6 pockets, 15 balls. Yeah, those are the kind of clearances that Foneman loves to make. Look, it was made very tough by the recovery needed. I mean, there were so many recovery shots in that clearance. But it also shows you this player's potting abilities. That clearance showed us he can pretty much pot from anywhere on the table. Now the 6 is a good helper to move the 3, break up the black ball. There we go. And this would help if the 3 is available. He's pretty much running around the table now, his Foneman. Yeah, the 3 is available, and that's why he ran to check it out. We'll be landing on the 7 after this as well, so that's worked out the best it possibly could for Phone. Yeah, this is not the nicest though on the 7 because it doesn't have much angle to get the cue ball out. As you can see, very slight angle. And that's why he's missed that. Yeah, look at where the cue ball has gone. And that tells you how much of an angle he tried to force out of it. Also, he did play that with a lot of pace, so he's currently 3 down, but he's given Gareth Potts a chance at the table.
$10秒，5、4。
So straight away taking care of his first problem is Gareth Potts. Slow roll bank to the right center pocket. And from here it looks like the 11, it could clip into the center pocket. Might not need to play it. to the top left. Yeah, I agree. With that phone is not allowed to miss while playing Gareth pots, because with the form that Gareth's in, it's very dangerous when he's at the table. Makes absolutely certain of every shot, every position. He's a very focused individual. Now is he going to leave himself on the 11 to the center? If he can get behind it, he can just drop it in. You know, from this angle, it doesn't look like the black ball pots past the 2. He's looking at it now, but I don't think it does. Now he's left himself on the wrong side of the 13, which means the cue ball is naturally coming down table on our screen, so he has to get back. Oh, there it is. No, it pots. Yeah, so he has choice of corner pocket and yeah, strange. I think it was very tight going past the blue into the top left. It's not a ball that you want to be playing into half a pocket. The plan was to leave himself to the top right corner. So this is going towards the center, right center pocket. It's not there. He's going to be in trouble when he comes back to the table. That black ball being where it is, phone still having 3 solids on the table. Yeah, the camera angles can be deceiving at sometimes. We can't exactly see what's going on perfectly as the player on the table. So the black ball past the 2 was not a shot that he wanted to take on, even if it was available. It was very tight. Preferred to leave the cue ball on the left-hand side and try and have a shot at playing it to the opposite corner. And I said he's going to be in trouble when he comes to the table. If this doesn't go in, he's made contact. Yeah, I was saying if it doesn't go in, phone should take this frame. If you remember earlier in the frame, phone was on a clearance. missed the 7 to the bottom right corner pocket. I expect him to be pretty much straight on this black ball off those 2 cushions, and it looks like he is. Big frame for Myint Kyaw, not being punished for missing the 7. And it's there. He gets his 6 point on the board, score 8-6 in favor of Gareth Potts.
谢谢。第15局，杨少杰开球。
So score currently 8-6 in favor of Gareth Potts. He was leading 8 frames to 4. Now 2 frames away from the 16 frame player break.
犯规。
Power break from Myint. Cue ball straight into the center pocket. That's the problem with that break, cue ball control. You have to remember he's going at that full pace. 6 pockets on the table and 16 balls on the table, including the cue ball.
10秒，延时。
So Gareth Potts currently 8-6 up. Ball in hand behind the balk line. Heyball rules when the cue ball is potted on the break, you have to play forward. So can't play 6, 7, and 13. Okay, by pushing the 10 down, he's blocked the use of that pocket. Yeah, the breaks are very controversial now, especially with the new break rule. We're using the triangle rack cue ball anywhere in the balk line. The previous break rule was we were using the magic rack. Cue ball had to be within 16 centimeters of the side cushions. It's called the kitchen, so you had to break from a specific area on the table. 4 balls needed to cross the balk line, had to be a 4-point break, or 3 balls cross, 1 in. And at that time it was alternate break as well. Now the new break rule, we've seen the Chinese players using a massive break, smashing them absolutely as hard as they can, getting a lot of power through the hips. And then we've also seen certain players like Sun Yan, Chu Bingjie, Zhao Ruliang using the softer break consistently, I would say 70% of the time, potting a ball in the center pockets. Now, because it's a triangle, it's never racked the same, it's never racked perfectly. We are using it is a stainless steel triangle, so it's a metal triangle, Raptor metal triangle, which is available as well for you to buy. But yeah, the rack is never this. It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be perfect, and that's why these players usually have a few different breaks to try from a few different positions. So depending on the conditions, if the soft break isn't working, you can't use it.
10秒。5、4、3。
Yeah, miss from Gareth Potts brings Myint to the table. So Myint takes one more frame and he's right back in this match. Reduce the deficit from 4 down to 1. Yeah, there have been times we have seen the soft break work so well. I mean, He Wen Chong against Zhao Ruliang in Division 1 on TV table. He goes 6 consecutive break and runs, followed by 4 consecutive break and runs. A total of 10 break and runs in a race to 13. Absolutely destroyed Zhao Ruliang on the TV table. And that's because, no matter how good you are, no chance if you're not at the table. And then on the other hand, there are times where the soft break doesn't work. So that's why you'll see many of these players, they have both the soft and the hard break in their repertoire that they can use. You would have seen it with Kung Peng as well. He'll start off with the soft break. If it doesn't work for a few racks, changes over and then starts making a ball. Doesn't matter which ball is going in, as long as you're making one, you're staying on the table. Yeah, the magic rack was becoming a bit too obvious. I mean, most players had it down. They could make a ball in the center every single break. 5 in a row, 10 in a row. Not only that, you could control the cue ball off that break. Get the cue ball off 1, 2, 3 cushions back into the middle of the table. Magic rack was becoming predictable. This is a big frame for both players. It means if Gareth takes this point, that he's definitely going into the 16 frame player break leading. He has to cue down on the cue ball here because black ball doesn't go into the bottom right corner. He pushed the 10 there earlier. Yeah, also made that look much easier than it actually is. Gareth Potts takes his 9th point. He's leading 9 frames to 6 in this race to 19. Certain of going into the break, leading this match.
刚刚开球的时候，我说不要拿球杆敲案子，刚刚开球的时候敲。刚刚开球的时候敲了一下案帮，我说不要拿那个球。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
第16局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So Gareth Potts currently leading 9 frames to 6 in this race to 19, round 8 of the losers bracket. Yeah, he's made 3 balls on that break, and I think he's just on the 11. And this is the medium pace control break we were talking about, and you can see he's been working on that. Also has about a 60% potting a ball on the break rate.
$10秒，5、4。
Solids in play for Gareth. Now 15 frames played. We will have the player break after this rack.
10秒，延时。
Gareth has taken his extension. Now this is to go into the break 10-6 up. Best case scenario for phone would be 9-7. And we were all tied at the first player break of 8 frames at 4 frames each. And this is not easy going for Gareth at the moment to navigate through these solids. This is when you start to see how important cue ball control is in this game. Especially in this scenario where you are working with small spaces. You have to know exactly what reaction is going to have what effect on the cue ball. Just 2 solids left on the table, the 5 and the 6. at the moment doesn't have a shot on the 6. He's gone into that to free it. I thought he'll be hampered by the 6. He can just bridge past it. Now this is tough. The 6 has to go into the bottom right corner pocket. And with that angle, the cue ball wants to go in the opposite direction of the black ball, but if he can nudge into the black ball, like that, yeah, brilliant control. Very nicely done from Gareth Potts. And that's another break and run for him. 10-6 up as we go into the 16 frame player break.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻， 艺专业，缔造不凡。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台泥领导品牌。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，加雷斯波茨开球。
And we are back after the player break. Score is currently 10-6 in favor of Gareth Potts in this race to 19 losers bracket round 8. Winner of this match will go on to play Zheng Kongpeng at 6 p.m. tonight in the losers bracket final. And winner of that plays Zhao Ruliang in the grand final tomorrow at 4 p.m. Grand final will be a race to 23. So far, Gareth Potts with 3 break-in runs, 1 rack and run, Myint 4 rack and runs. Now I think he has to take the one to the top left. But if he takes it, he also opens up those 2 stripes for Myint. Now we did see Myint putting together a few frames. And Gareth Potts was 8-4 up. Was able to make it 8-6. And a few mistakes creeped in.
5、4。
That's an excellent pot to the top left corner pocket. Look at this once again. And he's potted one just like that earlier in the match. As you can see, not a player that you can afford to make a mistake against. And so far, Myint with just a couple more mistakes. Now just 3 solids left on the table. Does the 4 go past the 10? He's played on the 7 now. Would be nice to see if the 4 does go. I think it should, with the way he's played this. Otherwise, he'll have to get the cue ball into balk and play the 4 to the center. The 4 must definitely go. He's low on the cue ball. The way he can time that ball in. As you saw, a touch of low left-hand side on the cue ball. And when you start to play this game, and you try and play this game at a high level, you understand how difficult that shot is. And that's another break and run for Gareth Potts, as he now leads 11 frames to 6.
第18局，加雷斯波茨开球。
17 frames played. Gareth Potts 11, 6 up to Myint Kyaw in this race to 19. And he's starting to pull away now as Gareth Potts. 4 break and runs, 1 rack and run for him. 4 rack and runs for Myint.
10秒。
And this time, try break. And I think now it comes down to those little errors from Phone. If he can eliminate those, there is a chance for him to come back. And if he can't, I think Gareth is going to be punishing every single mistake the way he has been doing throughout this match. Yeah, everything goes, everything potable on stripes for phone. He just has to make sure he keeps the cue ball tight. Being a little bit loose with the cue ball in a few of the previous frames, and it's cost him. Making a clearance tougher than it needs to be. He's taken his extension now. And to me it looks like he's taking slightly more time, slightly more care in what he's doing. And the 11 passes to all pockets. Black ball looks like it goes down to the bottom right also. You saw where he pointed his cue, that's where he wants the cue ball, so 11 to the same pocket. Exactly. That just shows you how well this player can control the cue ball. And this now much better from Myint. This is exactly what he needs to get back into the match as he takes his 7th point. Rack and run for Myint.
遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
第19局，杨少杰开球。
And that's been Myint's first frame in a while. Score 11-7 to Gareth Potts. He's got the carbon cue out. He's changed the cue ball position for the break. And let's see if this works for him. The one rattling at the top left. And dry as he nods his head. Yeah, that nod is to say threw everything at that break and just not getting a good roll at the moment. So Myint with 5 rack and runs. Now rack and run is a clearance at your first visit to the table off your opponent's break. Not necessarily a clearance off your opponent's dry break. Gareth's taken his extension now. Yeah, through the gap, very nicely done. And I think the 3 does pass. Yeah, look at this once again. With a touch of outside on the cue ball, playing up against the nap. When you watch Gareth playing and if you understand how difficult this game can be and and how easy he makes certain shots look. I have to see a replay of that. Where did the 3 go? Yeah, he caught the left side jaw. He was going into the 5 after that. It's a very unfortunate mistake for Gareth, but he hasn't left anything simple for Phone Myint. Yeah, very tight from Phone Myint. That's all he could do. I tell you what, I think we're going to see a bit of a tactical frame here, especially with where the 9 is for Phone and the 15. Of course, if Potts gets out of the snooker and makes the ball, things will be very different.
10秒。5、4、3。
And very nearly potting the black ball in the top right corner pocket. But 5 is now out in the open for Gareth. Yeah, 15 and the 9. Problems on the table for Phone at the moment. And that's why he's played that. So he's opened up that pocket for the 15. Now 15's not a problem anymore.
10秒。5、4、3。
Potts able to get out of that, but 2 ball not great. It still causes more of a problem for the 9 ball for Phone. But if he can get the cue ball up to that side of the table, we'll be able to find a way to take care of that. So now it looks like he is going for this. Black ball does go, 13 goes into the right center. That was him having a look at the 9. Now from the 14, you could nudge the 9. If you nudge it closer to the ball cushion, it then goes past the 3 into the top right. It depends on how he wants to play this. Knowing Phone, sometimes there's a chance he goes right into all of them. this camera angle is usually deceiving, but he's on the 14. The 14 does go. The 9 doesn't. You'll have to create a shot to move the 9 here. That's going to be the big shot in this frame. It's all going to come down to the 9 for phone Myint. Playing on the 13 now guarantees him the angle on the 12, the cue ball heading towards the 9. But that means that he's going to be cannoning into his last ball and then needs position on that last ball. So now does he choose to soft roll into the 9, just nudge the 9 to the ball cushion so that's potable past the 3, or is he going into this full pace? He nudged it. He's nudged it, and I think he might just be on it. And what a shot this will be if he can pot this and then come through the gap to play the black ball into the same pocket. From this angle, it looks like the black ball does go. It's either he comes through the gap or he runs into the black ball.
5、4、3。
He couldn't get through the gap, so he's run into the 4. Now he's left a tough black ball. Has to take it to the bottom left corner pocket. There we are behind the bottom left corner pocket. So this black ball for his 8th point. Referee should be calling 10 seconds. There we go. She's going to count down 5. There.
4、3、2、1。
Look at that. Unbelievable from phone Myint. He pot that ball when the referee was on 1. Yeah, and that's what phone Myint Kyaw does the best. Yang Xiaojie, his Chinese name. He's now 11-8 down to Gareth Potts, but what a clearance that was. The shot to open up the 9 ball, the pot and the black ball as well. So now he's changed back to the softer break, but using the carbon fiber cue. And dry break. So score 11-8 to Gareth Potts in this race to 19. And to pot the black ball with 1 second remaining on his shot clock. And he does do it quite often, especially on important shots. He waits for the referee to get right to 2 or to 1 before he plays the shot. So many players would be rushing or disturbed by that, having to play with just 5 seconds left on a shot, especially with no extension available. Somehow that brings out the best in Myint. So that dry break from him brings Gareth Potts to the table, currently with a 3-frame lead. He had a 4-frame lead at the break, at 10-6. All square at the first break for all. Now Kang Peng will be practicing as he awaits the winner of this match. For the losers bracket final later today at 6 p.m. Now, what are our predictions? Do we see Phone, Potts or Kang Peng against Zhao Ruliang in the final?
延时。10秒，5、4。
Yeah, as you can see, the softer break, when it doesn't work and a ball doesn't fall, it does leave a slightly more open table for the opponent. Are you telling me that the black ball passes into that pocket? He's played on it, and there we go. So it's going to have to go Cushion first off the 2. Yeah, watch this. It's close, it's rail first, it doesn't need the 2. What a pot from Gareth. It's another rack and run for him. So back to the 4-frame lead for Gareth Potts as he leads 12-8 over Myint Kyaw. 20 frames played in this race to 19, best of 37 frames. He's put a bit more on that than usual. It was a little bit harder. And those balls not going into the center pocket, so chance for Myint. Gareth Potts currently 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Phone is on 5 rack and runs. Very dramatic ending to the match yesterday between Myint and Tang Chun-Chao. Phone was 14-8 up. Tang Chun-Chao wins 8 frames in a row to make it 16-14 in that race to 17. Now that was at the same time that Gareth Potts was playing Zhao Jianbo on the TV table. But we were looking at the scores, and then we look at the scores again. And Myint has won 17-16 over Tang Chun-Chao. It was a huge win for him to get into the last 4.
10秒。5、4。
So currently with 4 players left, and the only one of them that's unbeaten is Zhao Ruliang. But it is not a double elimination in the finals. In the finals, it's all square, single elimination final. So currently this match to get into the last 3. So loser of this match is considered 4th place. They walk away with $20,800 US. Third place, $41,600 US. Second place, $111,000 US, and the champion, first place, $277,000 US.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
Once again, playing on the 5-second countdown his phone. And he's letting Gareth to the table way too many times. And we've seen when that happens time and time again. Gareth makes the clearance, goes up, breaks in the next frame, puts together a break and run, and then he's another 2 frames ahead. And also at these Joy Station and Joy Grandmasters Finals events in China, the only thing you pay for are your flights. That's obviously if you aren't a Joy signed player or a seeded player, but if you are just a player who's come to play in the event, you take care of your flights and Joy take care of everything else. There is no entry fee into this tournament. Accommodation is included, breakfast is included, as well as transportation to and from the airport and to and from the venue as well.
10秒。
Now he was playing for the gap between the 9 and the 8. And that's gone just 1 roll too far.
10秒。
He has to take on the 1. This is not an easy one to the top right corner pocket.
4、3。
It was a tough shot, and it wasn't the shot that he played on, more importantly. Just caught the inside jaw, and at that pace, from that distance, one of the toughest shots on the table. He's tied up. It looks like he's tied up the 13 just off the ball cushion with the 1. That might make this clearance a bit tougher for Myint at the table now. He's currently 12-8 down at the moment in this race to 19.
10秒。没有延时了。
Doesn't have any extensions left. Referee counting down from 5.
10秒。5、4。
He's managed to clip the 1. Oh, no, that wasn't the 1, it was the 5. Yeah, the 5 in. Now, and the 4, he has to find a way to get back to the top end of the table, and it looks like he's almost straight on the 4. There we go. Okay, he's got a slight angle. Yeah, look at the work. Look at the work in the cue ball. To get the cue ball that far up the table, and he looks to be on the 1 ball to the top left. That's a very good pot on the 1. And if he takes this frame, this is going to sting Phone, because he had a chance at the table. He also let the clock run down once again. Oh, now Gareth faced with a tough black ball. It's close. It's not there. Outside jaw first, and the black ball stays on the table. Now, these are situations that Phone usually likes, coming to the table back against the wall, where he's forced to pull out something special, and he has to. Black ball is blocking the 13 now. The 11 can go past the black ball into that top right. Now remember, Phone doesn't have any extensions.
5、4。
I also doubt he's going to be trying to snooker Gareth here in this scenario. And there we see not too much angle on the 9 to maneuver the cue ball with. Last time he had a shot like that, he missed the 7 to the opposite corner, trying to force too much out of the cue ball. Especially on a shot like that where you have to be so accurate. I mean, you're shooting into such a small area of the pocket. He's snookering. I'm surprised at that. Now, if he would have left the black ball on the right cushion instead of on the ball cushion, this would be in. So does he play to just touch the black, make a legal shot, or does he play to pot this and clip this in off 1 cushion?
4、3。
He's playing it at some pace. He played to pot.
犯规。
Yeah, that was a play to pot the ball.
自由球。
Ball in hand now for Myint anywhere on the table. And if this goes, everything goes. So certain players who are signed by Joy, so they qualify automatically into stage 2 of the tournament. They are brought here by Joy, so everything is covered for players like that. Now, this frame should definitely be on the board for Myint. And I think this was one of the longest frames of the match, almost 20 minutes long, this frame. As Myint takes it, he's now trailing 12 frames to 9 from Gareth Potts.
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
I have home, which I didn't have before I started to understand what card it all was.
第22局，杨少杰开球。
So after 21 frames played, the score is 12-9. And Myint keeping the scores close here in this race to 19. Round 8 of the losers bracket. Just 4 players left in the tournament. This for a spot in the top 3. Yeah, he's trying different breaks now, his phone. Because we are at a stage of the match now, if a player can find a good few breaks and put together a few consecutive break and runs, very likely that they get to 19 first, or on the hill first at least.
10秒。5。
Stripes in play for Gareth Potts. And although there is quite a cluster On that end of the table, all the stripes look like they do go. 14 does look like it passes the 2 into the center. And as we can see, the black ball is also through for the top right corner. Now, he did have a chance to win the previous frame. It was a very tough black ball to the top right as well. And from this angle, we can see that the 14 goes, everything goes. I think he might have to take the 10 before the 15 though. And the route he's taking here looks like 14 as his last ball, which will give him the best position on the black ball last. And also has the ability to put a frame on the board and take out a clearance very quickly. It's there, and he's on this black ball to the top right. And this for another rack and run, and his 13th point of the match. And it's there, he leads Myint 13-9 now in this race to 19.
第23局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So Gareth pots 13-9 up. He's just 6 away from the finish line. And currently 4 away from Myint. And as you can see, both players are struggling slightly with the breaks. And both these players will have to, I'd say they'll have to be breaking slightly better against the likes of Kang Peng and Ru Liang. The percentage definitely has to be higher.
10秒，延时。
So Myint at the table, he's 4 down once again. We were all squared, 8 frames played with 4 all at 16 frames, 10-6 to Gareth. 22 frames played as we approach the 24 frame player break.
5、 10秒。5、4、3、2。
And now Gareth pots back to the table. It's going to go tactical behind. He tried to get the cue ball as tight as he could. He hasn't left anything on for phone. The best result for phone with 2 frames left until the player break is 13-11. Still be 2 frames down. We did see, when it came to tactical battles between Gareth and Zhijiang, Gareth usually winning those tactical battles. The vast experience that comes from playing English 8-ball as well. 4-time English 8-ball world champion is Gareth Potts. And I think there is a pot available on stripes. The 11 definitely goes. But if he does take it, it means he has to attack the frame now. If he's behind the 13, top side of the table, can he play it off the 4? Very likely.
10秒。延时。
The 9 also looks like it might be a slight problem. Just in front of the 3 ball at the center pocket. I think the 13 can definitely go off the 4 if you are right behind it. He's used his extension already. Referee calls 10 seconds.
3.
And now you'll see how quick 45 seconds can be. Just come to the table, you have a look at a potting angle, and you walk halfway around the table, come back to the cue ball. Very likely you've already used 30 to 35 seconds. Now also the 15 does go off the 9 into the center. Now if he takes this, it'll definitely free the 9, but where is the 9 going to go? You don't want the 9 pushing the 3 and going back onto the cushion. Didn't touch the 3 at all. I'll have to take that. It's still potable though. Of course, it could have worked out a bit better. It could have stayed in the pocket or even potted. Bit of inside English on the cue ball to bring it back towards the 13. Now, is he taking the 13 off the 4? Yes. He's played that well. Black ball is available to the right center pocket. Very nicely taken, this clearance at the moment from Gareth Potts. As he secures his 14th point, he's leading 14-9 over Foneman Kyaw.
第24局，加雷斯波茨开球。
23 frames played. So after this frame, we will have the 24 frame player break. Gareth Potts currently 14 and 9 up. He's leading by 5 at the moment. He leads by 5 and he's 5 away from the finish line at 19.
10秒。
And once again, try break. The 2 just going before the center pocket, 12 going after. That will bring Phone back to the table now. The best case scenario for Phone at the moment as he goes into the break, 14-10 down. Still going to be down by 4 frames. Yeah, trademark phone opening up the black ball straight away. No use going for the clearance if the black ball isn't available. Now it is. Now everything playable, everything potable for the clearance on solids for Myint at the table. He is the kind of player, though, that can find his form, find his focus, and he can very easily put together a few frames. But at the moment, a few mistakes have cost him, and that's the reason he's currently 5 frames down to Gareth Potts, who is currently playing very clean, very clinical pool. And at the moment, frame by frame, Gareth Potts edging closer to the finish line. But as we've seen with Myint in his previous matches, he'll never stop fighting right until the end.
10秒，5、4。
He's left himself hampered on the 3. He has to bridge over the 3 to play the 4, but of course it helps that the 4 is pretty straight. Zhao Ruliang defeated Zheng Kongpeng 19 frames to 16 yesterday evening. 10 break-and runs, 2 rack-and runs from Zhao Ruliang. Just 4 break-and runs, 3 rack-and runs from Kongpeng. Kongpeng's break was letting him down, a couple of errors as well. We did see 3 consecutive break-and runs from Kongpeng, but 4 consecutive from Ruliang. Yeah, now this is much better. So we will have the player break after this frame. And if this goes in, he's not comfortable on the shot yet, now he is. 14-10 in favor of Gareth Potts. 4 frame gap once again. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。 一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌，成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小信大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范。助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的千金民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼。楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。唯厨酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温馨浪漫的红酒文化之中。唯厨酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄。同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。唯厨酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。唯厨酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、礼的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。唯厨有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军无。
And we are back after the player break. Score 14-10 in favor of Gareth Potts. In the previous frame, Myint with a rack and run of Gareth's dry break. And Gareth has managed to keep the 4-frame gap at the moment. 14-10, race to 19. That's the full power break. And how does a ball not go in with that much power? So many balls flying around the table. 6 pockets. 15 object balls, and most of them in the top half of the table now on our screen.
Yeah,
you've got to go solids in play for Gareth. 7 and 2 are available. It's the 6 which I think you'll need to move off the 1. Five goes bottom right, black ball as well, and to the left center. Currently been playing for 3 hours and 46 minutes. Yeah, there's the nudge on the 6. He's looking to see if the black ball still goes. Hard to tell. It does look like it's touching the 13, but if it doesn't go in the corner, it definitely goes in the center.
5
Yeah, these matches after stage 1, there is no time limits already in stage 2. We are at a race to 13, no time limit, and stage 3 starts. Race to 13 now, currently race to 19, with just 4 players left. Tonight will also be a race to 19 in the losers bracket final between winner of this match and Zhang Kongpeng. And tomorrow's grand final will be a race to 23, winner of tonight's match against Zhao Ruliang, the only player who hasn't lost a match in the last 32, stage 3 of this tournament.
延时
Now 2 solids left on the table. The problem he faces at the moment is to get from the 3 to the 6. Which is why he was considering possibly taking the 6, because now it's a tough 6 to the bottom right corner. Now cue ball naturally going into the black ball. If he catches it at say quarter or half, it should open up the black ball. It should also leave the cue ball to pot the black ball in the same pocket. It's a big shot, this. Oh, how does that not go? And look at the black ball. Where has he caught the jaw? Slightly too thin. Yeah, what an attempt at that clearance from Gareth. Very nearly taking that 15th point straight away. But now, Myint to the table. And at the moment, to me, it doesn't look like the black ball can get past the 6. That is a problem for Myint.
10秒 5 4 3
Now what Myint could do if he gets the position to play the shot, he can play one of his stripes onto the 6, pot the 6 with the stripe, and leave the cue ball snookered as well. And that way he definitely gains tactical advantage, but I think it's the only way. The black ball has to be potted on its own. You can't play your last ball and then pot the black ball. It has to be potted on its own. Yeah, so I see him keep lining up the cue ball there behind the 12, because I think the 12 is the ball he wants to play down to the 6. Yeah, like this. It's almost perfect. It's gonna 2 rolls too far.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
Here it comes. That is the shot he played. That's the shot he's been wanting to play. That's been his aim from the beginning, and we can see the black ball does pass. And I think this is his only option. A very fine cut on the black ball. Can afford to hit it thicker than it needs because it can go in off the 12.
10秒。
It's the only shot I see for Gareth.
4、3。
Yeah, almost. Very nearly. Got that slightly too thick, otherwise it would have been in. But look at where the cue ball was. That was such a tough shot. Cue ball just off the ball cushion. Hand on the table. Totally different story. You would have been favored to make that. Yeah, what you also have to understand is the game of Heyball is a hybrid sport, so it has its own set of rules. I mean, certain rules have been taken from American 8-ball. There are a few similarities and here and there, and these rules have been changed also over the years. We used to have call a pocket on every ball, and then it was call a pocket on the black ball, so no flukes on the black ball. So if you put the black ball in a pocket that wasn't called, you lose the frame. And eventually that changed. So over the years, the rules have been developed, and I think we found the best set of rules currently for the game of Heyball, the revision 2025 version. Surely now 11th point on the board for Myint. Trails by just 3. Gareth pots up 14-11.
11比14。谢谢。 第26局，杨少杰开球。
So after 25 frames played, the score is 14-11 in this race to 19 winners break format, losers bracket round 8. Just 4 players left in the tournament. Zhao Liang awaits one of these 3 players in the grand final. That's Myint, Gareth Potts and Zheng Kongpeng, who meets the winner of this match tonight in the losers bracket final. Now, Myint has made a ball finally on the break. And so far in this match, 25 frames played. Myint is yet to have a break and run. 6 rack and runs, 0 break and runs. Gareth Potts with 4 break and runs and 3 rack and runs.
延时。
And after making a ball on the break, it's been a while for both these players since we've seen a ball in on the break. Myint currently on a clearance. 3 stripes left on the table and they all go. Looking to play the 15 as his last ball to land on the black ball to the opposite bottom right corner pocket. Now, being a right-handed player, you have to use a wrist for a shot like this. If it was on the other side of the table, it would be no problem at all. He's got the slightest of angles of this, so just stun the cue ball, it'll come a little bit more off the cushion. Yeah, just like that, half a roll. Myint takes his first break and run of the match and his 12th point. He trails Gareth Potts 14 frames to 12.
第27局，杨少杰开球。
So 26 frames played, score 14-12 to Gareth Potts in this race to 19. And in the last frame, first break and run for Myint. And this time he's made the cue ball and he's made the 2. Ball in hand behind the balk line for Gareth Potts. Yeah, and now just 2 points, the difference between these two players. For most of this match, after the first break, so after 4-all, Gareth has been able to keep it at a 4-frame gap. 10-6, 14-10.
10秒，延时。
Played the combination, but that's the only problem. I think he's still good on the 4. It hasn't gone that close to the right side cushion. So currently, last 4 players standing in this tournament: Gareth Potts, Myint, Zheng Kangpeng, and Zhao Ruliang. Zhao Ruliang already in the grand finals, so he's guaranteed second place, of course. First and second, but obviously guaranteed second place. Prize money for 4th place, $20,800 US. Third place, $41,600 US. Runner up, $111,000 US, and the champion receives $277,000 US.
10秒。
Yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that. How does that 3 not go in? It was a great opportunity for Gareth. It's just got too much off the outside jaw. Now after the break, 2 frames won by Myint to make it 14-12. Yeah, and he was nicely on the 7 as well to get potting angle on the black ball as Gareth pots now. Myint is going to play the 15 into the 3, leave the white ball at the top end of the table. Yeah, that was the plan. And that's how you use the combination shot rule to your advantage. I was gonna say best case scenario for pots, but I don't think the 13 goes. The 13 doesn't go past the 7. I actually expected him to take it now, but he's gonna play a similar shot. He's gonna leave the cue ball safe and get the 10 off the cushion. He doesn't want to add it to the 11, no. So phone is going to require another visit to free 10 and 11, which is on the ball cushion. And that's what we speak about, having the numerical advantage. More balls on the table means more cover. You see the cover that phone has. The 13 and the 12 covering the 7. If the cue ball is on the top left of the table on our screen. And that's what he's looking at now. He's looking at where does he leave the cue ball where pots can't see the 7.
10秒，延时。
It's an interesting shot choice from Myint, because in the last 2 shots what he's done is he's taken 2 of his balls and placed them into not potable positions. And as you can see, Pot's keeping the 7 ball right in front of that pocket, although he's been snookered on that 7 ball now twice.
10秒。
So phone has to be careful. He's trying to get the cue ball behind. Yeah, I was going to say behind the 12. And yeah, at the moment it is a game of chess, and you have to know that phone has more pieces on the board. Gareth with just 1 piece. And this is pretty much the only thing he can do at the moment. In a frame like this, phone is in total control at the moment. It'll be a big blunder from him to allow Gareth a chance to win this frame from here.
10秒。
So Phone still will have to deal with these 2 stripes. But has Phone made a... Yeah, that's a mistake from Phone. He's left a piece of the 7, as you can see. And he might be able to get the cue ball heading towards the black ball. That's in, and look at the cue ball. Look at this. As I said, a very big blunder from Myint. That's the only way Gareth wins the frame. Look at Myint. 6 balls on the table. How does he leave the cue ball there? Absolutely cracking pot from Gareth Potts. And this is a huge frame, and it's there. Gareth Potts, 15-12 up now. What a frame this is. Even this, that is a tough shot. There was no way that Phone should have left Gareth a chance at winning that frame, and the slightest of chances, and look at what he's done. Pot on the 7, release the black ball, and excellent shot on the black ball under pressure. And he's made a ball on the break. He's currently leading 15-12, and that frame, that is a huge frame, especially since it was a tactical frame. This match now 4 hours and 16 minutes at the moment.
10秒，延时。
And we are going to see what kind of impact that previous frame has on this match.
10秒。5、4、3。
And that's all because Gareth kept keeping the 7 near the pocket. That was the only way the 7 stays in a pottable position. Kept keeping it there. Also kept his patience, and it paid off in the end. So Myint at the table, it's open table. As you can see, Gareth's left the cue ball almost tight against the ball cushion.
进球无效。
So that is a loss of turn. Table remains open. In Heyball, you have to select a color by potting the same ball. So yeah, if you touch stripes, you must pot stripes. Otherwise, it's just a loss of turn like it is now.
10秒。5、
Another tactical move from Gareth Potts, leaving the cue ball tight on this bottom cushion on our screen now. He's left the stripe 15 as a tempter for phone, but to where? To what end? There is no clearance on stripes at the moment. And I don't think phone would be risking anything rash. He might pot to secure. And he's potted to secure stripes, but he's not going to remove the 10 from in front of the 7, no chance. Because his stripes at the moment are the reason that solids don't go. The 11's in front of the 6, the 10's in front of the 7, the 1 stuck to the 14. And he's actually opened the pocket for the 7. I'm quite surprised at that, because we've seen that when it comes to these tactical games, usually Gareth is always outthinking his opponents quite a few steps ahead.
10秒。10秒。5。
And that's in. Now that he's taken care of that, still the 14 and the 1. Even the 9 at the moment does not pot easily. He really does love taking on these tough clearances, does phone. So what he is looking at the moment
10秒。
is the 14 or the 10 to the 14. Yeah, but now at 15-12 down in this race to 19, if he doesn't make this finish and Gareth Potts comes back to the table, he's in trouble. That's the thing about phone, he'll fight until the very end. And that's how he was able to defeat Tang Chunxiao yesterday. That's a huge victory. (14-8) up, he went 16-14 down, race to 17, and he was able to win those last 3 frames to win that match. It's there. 2 bank shots in this frame thus far from Phone. That's the kind of recovery that's been needed. Now, if he opens up the 14-1 and the 14 doesn't go, he's really in trouble.
5、4。
That's why he hasn't decided to open it. He's played to pot it, but look at where the cue ball is going. I think he's left himself in the only place where that ball is actually potable, and that's Myint's brother in the stands. You can see the similarities. I tell you what, when he came to the table, there was no clearance on. It's there. And the black ball goes to the center. My word. Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable 13 point for Myint. That is one of the best finishes that you could wish to see. Yeah, if there was an award for best clearance, most creative clearances, Phone gets that one, because really there was no clearance on the table there. 2 doubles, 2 bank shots, even the second last shot to get onto the 14. He put the cue ball in the only place where the 14 was potable. But all his efforts are just not being rewarded on the break. So after 28 frames, the score is 15-13 to Gareth Potts.
10秒。5。
Stripes in play, and now Myint just 2 frames behind Gareth Potts.
10秒，延时。
And he's used his extension now as well. And there's also a clearance that has to be made. You can see not an easy one at all. He's not perfect on the 12. He caught the previous ball slightly thick into the top right, which is why the cue ball hasn't come around enough. Oh, he just managed to keep the cue ball out of the center pocket. If this 14 goes and he can see the potting angle of the 15 next, huge favorite. Very tough shot that, shooting into a blind pocket. And as soon as the object ball touches the inside jaw, it's gone. It's staying out. Now it makes this difficult for Phone as it looks like that pocket is blocked. He's also used his extension, so both players, no more extensions in this frame. 4.5 hours of match time now elapsed. Referee calls 10 seconds. He's going to be playing this at the countdown again.
4, 3.
Cue ball behind the 1. Yeah, that's a great shot. I can see why he took so much time with that. And because of where the 3 and the 7 are, he should be able to free the 6. Yeah, Potts is jumping over the 1. The cue ball heading towards the 10.
5, 4, 3.
Very nearly actually had the cue ball heading over to the 15-6 and potting the 6 ball. And I was just about to say that Phone definitely has the tactical advantage having more balls on the table, but Not when the cue ball is where it is.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
He's really got those bang shots down as Myint. I think I've only seen him as one thus far. Got about 80 to 90% pot rate on those bang shots. And in pressure situations as well.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
And the reason he's running around the table is because he has no more extensions left. So he has to run.
10秒。
I think he's one of the only players who you'll see running around the table like that. Now earlier he did nudge slightly into the 6. That's down by the 15 on the bottom right corner pocket on our screen. I don't think it goes where it lies. Gonna hear 10 seconds again, there it is. It's really using every single second. His Myint. He's going. Yeah, that was a plan to knock the 15 into the 6. He's just rolling up on the 6 now. And he hasn't left Gareth on the 13. 10 doesn't go, but what Gareth can do, he can play into the 15, touch the 15 and pot the 6 with the cue ball. It's a very delicate shot, this, especially where the cue ball is. He also doesn't have an extension. Referee called 10 seconds. And all of a sudden, I would say This frame has shifted. Gareth Potts at the moment with the upper hand.
10秒。5、4。
There's no way he can see the potting angle of the 5. Yeah, he couldn't. But he's made the 5. Look at the shot that he's just pulled off. So for phone, it doesn't matter who has the advantage in the frame. If you can make a shot like this, look at this 5. That is an unbelievable shot. Really, Gareth sat in his chair. I'm sure he can't believe it either. Because that was a tactically sound shot that he played. He didn't leave the potting angle on the 5. And for a player to make the 5 the way that phone did.
5、4、3、2。
He's left himself with a tough black ball, and referees call 10 seconds. So once again,
5、4、3。
it's there. I can't understand how he plays under the time pressure like that. I really can't.
结胜，比分14比15。谢谢。
So after 29 frames played, the score is 15-14 to Gareth Potts. And yeah, I've never seen a player able to play like that when the referee's counting down from 5. It's unbelievable. And if you watch, it's almost like he cues every second she counts, and when she says 1, that's when he actually strikes. I'm surprised he doesn't do the same on his break. Yeah, but he's managed to pull it back now. He's within 1 frame of Gareth Potts. Currently, Myint on 1 break and run, 6 rack and runs. Gareth Potts, 4 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Was a ridiculous end to the previous frame. That 5 ball banked off the ball cushion, catches the right side cushion, off the stripe and in. And it's not the first time in the match that phone has pulled off a clearance like that. So to him coming to the table, it doesn't matter whether he's at a disadvantage or not. All he sees is a way to make the clearance. Yeah, that was a nice little touch on the 2 to open up the 11 to the top right corner. Another great shot to open up the 12. And with the previous shot where he opened up the 11 as well. Clearance definitely looks on for Gareth Potts at the table. And Myint, not a player that you can open the door on. You have to keep the pressure on all the way to the end. And from what I've seen, watching Phone play and obviously commentating on a few of his matches, he's the kind of player that never breaks. He just keeps coming. Even if he's down the entire match, he just keeps coming. But at the moment, Gareth Potts punishing every mistake as well, including dry breaks. There we are, we see it's very tight for the black ball into that bottom corner. Potts has had a look at it. And that's why he's chosen to play it for the center. He needs a good bounce. Not only is this a tough pot, he's playing it directly at Phone. Phone sat in the chair across that 8 ball. Yeah, it was a very tough pot. From where the cue ball was, that was a very, very tough pot. Was an important one though. It was for 16-14. And I tell you what, the view on the screen, it doesn't do justice as to how tough a pot that is. And then you also have to remember that this is a super high stakes match. But with that miss on the black ball, Phone Myint back to the table. And this is a chance for him to level the score. And the last time the score was level was at 4-all. From then on, Phone's been behind the entire match.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
Yeah, what a pot that is at that pace. I tell you what, set that pot up on the practice table and try and play it at that pace. And once again, he's letting the referee count down. And he's usually shooting on 2, not 1. I did see a comment on the YouTube stream saying that she's on the last number. He's usually shooting on 2. Once again, referee calling 10 seconds. There's 5, 4, 3. Yeah. It's a good shot to open the 6, but it's still some work to do. It's high stakes, high pressure. And especially to level the match at this stage. He's going to wait for the referee again.
10秒。
There it comes.
5、4、3、2。
How is it possible that a player can be so composed to play a shot with 2 seconds left on the clock? Now this frame comes down to the 6 ball. It's all about the 6. The cue ball is naturally heading in that direction. That's where the cue ball is heading.
10秒。
There's 10 seconds again.
5、4、3、2。
He's playing it on 2. Now does he get the kick? No. But it's okay. The 6 goes to the center. He moved it earlier in the frame. Yeah, it's too soon to play the shot. He needs to wait for the referee to call 10 seconds first. The time is not stopped when the referee cleans the white ball. It comes off your time.
5、4、3、2。
Yeah, once again he played it on 2. Yeah, like now the referee cleaning the cue ball, he's asked for that, so that comes off his time. The clock is not stopped. And at 30 frames played, Myint makes it 15 all. He ties the match up in this race to 19.
欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准。 为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步，铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
Yeah, and you can guarantee he'll be checking the rack now as he's breaking at 15 all. It's the first time the match has been tied up since 4 all. This is a race to 19, losers bracket, round 8. And he's made a ball on the break. Cue ball stays on the table as well, so this isn't a timed match. There's no time limit on the match. There's only a shot clock for the players, so they are entitled to use every single second that they have. It's 45 seconds per shot, one extension of 30 seconds per frame. So he can use every single one of those 45 seconds. And we are slightly drifting away from the fact that that was an amazing clearance he had to make in that previous frame. Taking out the 6, potting the 6 as well. The position on that last 6. Under that kind of pressure to take on a clearance like that. The ultimate shot maker. So this is the 31st frame. After the 32nd frame, which is the next frame, we will have another player break. And so far, scores were 4 all, 10-6 to Gareth Potts at 16 frames, 14-10 to Gareth Potts at 24 frames. Once again, he played that on 2. Yeah, that's pinpoint accuracy on the positional play for the 1 ball. 1 roll further up the table and he's not on it. Now is he on the 3? I don't think so. Can he get through to the 3? I'd love to see camera angle of that from behind the cue ball. When he played Sun Yan on the TV table the other day, he snookered himself on the black ball. He was able to jump and pot that.
10秒。5、4、3。
He has to swerve this. It's there. It's there. Look at that. And at 15 all, look at the side on the cue ball. This black ball to lead for the first time since being down 4-4 at 4-4. And it's there, and that's another break and run for Myint. That's his second.
开启心态。谢谢。第32局，杨少杰开赛。
31 frames played. We will have a player break after this. This frame. Myint leading 16 frames to 15. Has he made a ball? He hasn't. Yeah, the 6 and the 10 almost in the center. Now a chance for Gareth Potts to equalize at 16 all. You have to be going solids. The 7 goes through the gap. Seven is the only ball that needs a bit of delicate positional play to land on, as the cue ball needs to be able to get through the 12 and the 13. If he plays the 4 now, does he use the 3 to get to straight line up for the 7? The 7 being where it is, pretty close to the top left. You don't need to be that close to it to play it. You just need to have the potting angle. He's looking at the 4, but it looks like he's going with the 5.
10秒。
Referees call 10 seconds.
5、4、3。
Two minds about that one. It's a little more angle than he wanted on the 3. It's there. It's there. Good pot. Excellent pot. And look at the position on the 7. And when it comes to situations like this, maximum pressure to take out a clearance like this. So clinical. And after this frame, we will be having a player break. Gareth Potts makes it 16 all after 32 frames played.
官方暂停10分钟，10分钟未到，判负一局。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检， 韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌，成木质之美，雕琢洞天，寓腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。厉百文，中国台泥领导品牌。
翘课我选布洛克。
And we are back. Score 16 all in this race to 19. Gareth Potts tying it up in the last frame. Effectively race to 3 now between these two great players. The best 2 international players the game has ever seen. Makes the 7 in the center. And that was a rack and run in the previous frame for Gareth Potts, so he's currently on 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. Myint, 2 break and runs, 6 rack and runs. This match has been going on for 5 hours and 14 minutes. Elevens there, stripes in play for Gareth. We've pretty much had everything in this match. Quite a few tactical battles, break and runs, rack and runs. For most of the match, we've had Gareth Potts in the lead. We've never seen Myint have a 2-frame lead over Potts. The last time the score was tied was at 4-all. After that, the next time was 15-all.
10秒。
Yeah, this is crunch time now, and you saw it in the previous frame. I mean, Potts down by 1. He had to make that clearance. And now he is committed to this one. Although there are a few problems at the top of the table. Have to sort that out. Now, if you go into the 3 from the 12, open up the 13, you should stay on the 15 to the same pocket as the 12. And now being a left-hander, he has to stretch across the table for this one.
10秒。
Yeah, there we go, that's the shot. Played into the 3, opened the 13, and he's on the 15. It's there, it's in, and he's nicely on the 13. Black ball available to both corner pockets. One good shot. Yeah, that should be good enough. Absolutely brilliant from Gareth Potts. That's another break and run for him as he takes the lead once again, 17-16. So Gareth Potts now on 5 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. After 33 frames played, he's 17-16 up. What a time to make that break and run. Oh, he's made the 11. Yeah, that was the 11 in the bottom left corner. Have a look at this. So nothing in the center. The 11 gets a kiss off the 1. And he will take that. And no matter how good Phone might be, nothing he can do if he sat in that chair.
10秒，延时。
For a second, I thought he was aiming at the 5. I was wondering what's going on, but stripes in play for Gareth. And once again, they're all there. I think at the moment, Gareth's focus is unmatched when it comes to this game. He's not only talking about this match, I'm talking about throughout the tournament thus far. And I think that's one of the characteristics that make him such a great player. Very goal orientated, knows exactly what he wants, knows exactly what he can do. He's playing on the 14 to the same corner as the 9 going in now to the bottom left. Now this is not a shot you want to overrun. Anything but overrun. And look at that. It's near perfection from Potts at the moment. And the reason I say you don't overrun that is because you'll be behind the black ball, so you rather underpace it. You could still be on it to the center. And Gareth Potts' second consecutive break and run. He's up 18-16 and he's on the hill.
第35局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Gareth Potts currently leading 18 frames to 16 in this race to 19. And this for a place in the top 3, a place in the losers bracket against Kang Peng, and a chance to face Zhao Ruliang tomorrow in the grand finals. There's a ball in. The cue ball is heading towards the pocket, stays on the table, but he's made a ball. The next match today is the losers bracket final that is at 6 p.m. local time, China Standard Time. It's currently 3:30. So in 2.5 hours time, winner of this match against Zheng Kangpeng in the losers bracket final.
10秒， 岩石。
He's taking the 7 in off the 2. It's there. Solids in play for Gareth Potts. This is a very tough looking table. The 2-5 look blocked by the 12 to the bottom left.
10秒。5、4、3。
And that's why he's played on the 2 to play it in the center. Now from this angle, it looks like the 4 actually might go to the center as well. That's the 4 ball in the top half of the table, just at the bottom of the 3. So he takes the 2 to the center, he opens the 5 to the bottom right corner. Yeah, this is now going to come down to the 3 and the 4. And it did look from the overhead that the 4 does go. So he's played on the 4. Needs a good kiss on the 14. And phone Myint at the moment, all he can do is hope for a chance. And there we go, the 4 does certainly go into the right center. Little nudge on the 3. Now, it doesn't matter that he's not perfectly on the 3 because he's left the 6 as his recovery ball. That's the reason the 6 is still on the table. Look at how well he struck that ball. And those are the little things that separate players at this level. It's there. And he's on this black ball. It's there. Gareth Potts. Look at how much that means to him. Gareth Potts defeats phone Myint Kyaw 19 frames to 16. Last 4 frames all to Potts. 3 consecutive break-in runs, and what a time to have it. Look at how much that means to him to be in the top 3 in this tournament, and he's got a chance. He has definitely got a chance at winning this one, has Gareth Potts. Unbelievable. Thank you guys for joining us for that one. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tilak, and we will be back later on today, 6 p.m. local time. That's in about 2.5 hours for the losers bracket final. Gareth Potts against Zheng Kongpeng, race to 19 for a spot in the grand final tomorrow against Zhao Ruliang. Brilliant stuff. That was a cracking match. And in the end, those consecutive break-in runs for Gareth Potts. He ends the match. Let's have a look at his statistics. 7 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs, just 2 break-in runs, and 6 rack-in runs for Myint. So we will be back in about 2.5 hours. Thank you guys for joining us. Take care until then.